Good morning, traders. Can I get a sound test, please? Ah, nice. Good to see so many people up, attentive, and ready. Okay, thank you for the sound test, Joshua Mazdak, Marino, Greg, and Ingrid. Thank you for the sound test, everyone. So you can hear me, you can see me. Hopefully you can see my screen as well. Let's get started. So welcome. It is Friday. Happy Friday. It is the last trading day of the week, and I hope you guys are well. I hope you're relaxed, recharged, and ready for this fantastic Friday. I hope it will continue in the same vein as this week. We have been having a good week so far, and I trust that Friday may very well do the same as we prepare for the final trading week of the month next week. And we also start July next week, I believe, on Friday. So let's get into it, and let's say good morning to everyone that is here so far, getting ready for this wonderful trading day. So good morning, Clifton. Good morning, Gabe. Always good to see you guys as well. Best support team in town, as well as Matt. Good morning, Marino, Mazdak. Thank you for the sound test, my friends. Good morning, Ilias. Hope I'm pronouncing that right. Good morning, Hushang, DVG. Good morning to you, my friend. Good morning, Endry, Greg, Joshua. Hope the Toffees ready for the Premier League again next year. Good morning. Good morning, Ingrid. Good morning, Scott V. Let's get into it, and as you know, we kickstart things with a quick risk disclaimer. So, as you know, trading securities is risky, and my past performance is not typical as I am an experienced trader, and that goes for the other analysts in here as well. And none of this is to be seen or taken as investment advice. Remember, most beginner traders lose money, so first try your hand on demo, see if you can get it right, and then if you feel comfortable to go live, only trade with money that you can afford to lose. That said, let's now talk about how we're starting the day when it comes to crypto, what's happening in the crypto space, what happened overnight, and any news items that have been added to the list. So, we spoke about Celsius. It seems so long ago, but that was on Monday, or Tuesday, I should say. Celsius lead investors have put together a financial recovery plan. Celsius is a DeFi, decentralized finance lending network. We also have the BITI, which is the short version of the Bitcoin-linked ETF being launched by ProShares. We also had Fed Powell speak yesterday, and he didn't give the market much of that volatility as we saw on Wednesday, which is where majority of it happened, especially in the lead up. eBay acquired NFT marketplace known Origin, and latest item Solana. Solana Labs, which is a parent of Solana, has announced the launch of Solana Mobile Stack software ecosystem for Android, along with a flagship Android smartphone called Saga. So that's a crypto smartphone. The device is being purpose-built for Web3, which spans decentralized finance, I just mentioned DeFi, platforms, and NFT marketplace. So in short, Solana is planning to make this phone called Saga and expand on that, especially in the Web3 space as it continues to grow. Right now, they say there are only two markets in crypto, and that is a bull market and a build market. There is no bear market. So right now, we're in a building market where you see, and you'll continue to see during this time, a lot of companies announcing separate projects that they're investing into. You'll also see things like Celsius having to get injection of liquidity and capital as well. So a mix of both, but you'll definitely see building in this time. So that said, how are we starting the day when it comes to the crypto space and the crypto markets? Well, it is another green day, just like we had yesterday. And much like the equities, it is risk on. We saw yesterday towards the end of the US session, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, all of the cryptos, the top cryptos rallied into the close, and quite the turnaround, especially if you saw the NASDAQ as well, kind of double bottomed on the day and then just ran to new highs into the close. 2 straight hours of buying, and that's pretty much what translated over into the crypto space as well. We've continued with that Asian session, got that support, the enthusiasm carried over, and now we have the follow through into the US session. Will that hold? Well, I do think we may get a small pullback to start, but Ethereum has broken 1200 this morning and possibly continue to move further, especially going into the weekend, coming off of the back of, well, what would be a pretty horrible week last week. So Bitcoin is the laggard today, up 1%, just 1%, the weakest of the top 10. Ethereum is up 6.5%. Top 10 all green. Ripple is up 11%. Congrats. I think it's Marina. You said you've been buying a lot of Ripple lately. Congrats on that. I think this should bring a smile to your face. Yeah, there you go. And main watches will be Ethereum, Bitcoin, Solana, and AVAX, because when things kick in and get volatile today, Solana and AVAX are both up around 7.5%, with Ethereum falling closely behind, up 6%. So we'll be monitoring for those intraday opportunities as well if we get that follow through. So that's what I'm watching. Long-term watches: Ripple, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana. You can tell, you know, the more transactional cryptocurrencies like Ripple and Stellar are up a lot today as well. Stellar is up 8%. Stellar Lumens, which is much like Ripple in their in how they operate. They're really aiming to provide. They're focusing on the remittance market as well and have contracts in place with that. Good morning, Kapil. Good to see you. So let's now talk about the charts and see where we're heading. So here's, let's start with the daily, and let's start with Bitcoin. Let me get to the weekly. Every time I do this, it doesn't save. So let's just get the weekly up there and start with how we're going to end the week. And that is green. So you can see on Bitcoin, we're heading for a green week here. The open of the week was at 20.5K. So if weakest on the day of the top 10, you can see this period of consolidation here. I did say I didn't believe in this breakdown here. I do think we need to go higher before we see the aggressive selling come in. And I still have that alert there at 23K level. I think we could very well run up to that. Will it be this weekend? Not sure, but we'll continue to watch it, especially as we had this kind of fake out type situation. You saw this pinning candle, came down and then immediately got bought back up yesterday, engulfing candles. So for me, I would hope to see that follow through, especially on the daily. You can look at it on the 4-hour as well. Looks a bit cleaner and you can see it there. Let's take a look at Ethereum, up 6% on the day. And on a green week as well, looks pretty much the same as Bitcoin. We don't need to necessarily bring that up, but oops, I am on the wrong ticker. Here we go. So Ethereum, you can see that follow through is a lot more powerful, as we can tell with the open. The fake out here, that doji then pulled in the engulfing day yesterday, and very much at the start of the session over that 1200 where we initially rejected, and running up, we could very well see 1300 with this follow through. Do we break it? Not sure, but hopefully we'll definitely continue this move higher. Will it be sustained? That's for us to be monitoring and for it to be seen. So Avalanche, much like Ethereum, has that daily as well as Solana with that strong upside move and follow through. Let's take a look at Ripple as well. Strongest on the day, up 11%. You see that consolidation and then that break higher. Something I wasn't necessarily watching or expecting, because it must. I don't see any news related to it. It could just be very well a short-term squeeze. So we'll have this on watch for intraday opportunities, especially on the 5 and 15 minute. If we do get a pullback, and then if the momentum comes in, we can definitely continue to trade this higher with keeping this 38-cent level in mind, 38.5 cents. So that's really my strategy going into today. Is Friday. I'm hoping for that Friday follow through momentum. Will I swing? Maybe if the momentum is continued, but mainly focusing on those intraday opportunities. I do have a bias to the upside, especially if we get a pullback and you see where buyers start to come in and defend it, and we get those downside or those pinning type candles, especially on the 101, the 50-minute. We'll look at those at the various support levels. So as always, I will be calling out what I'm seeing in chat if I'm taking it, and we'll post it in the announcement as well. So Yogi is not here today. Good morning, Aggie. Hope you have a green day as well. Yogi isn't here today, so I will continue his tradition and I will ask a question. So we always try to keep, both of us try to keep it non-trading related because we're here talking about trading all day. So question is, what is your favorite genre of music? And well, what's your current favorite genre of music? You can just put that in chat. And what are you listening to right now? What do you listen to before trading or while you're trading? What's your favorite type of music to listen to? Marino says hip hop house. Mario says Baby Shark. That's hilarious. I'll say right now, while I'm trading, or I like Afro beats, and obviously can't leave that out. My reggae music. I listen to everything really. I listen to a bit of soft rock as well. Michael says EDM, electronic. Yeah, I love some EDM as well, Michael, especially when like pre-workout. Yeah, Marino, Bob Marley, very big in Holland as well. I know Ajax. I've been trying to get that Ajax jersey, Marino, but it's been sold out since last year September. The Three Little Birds jersey. Can't get that. Lo-fi is pretty good as well. Yeah, when working, Jared, I agree. That's very good. Yeah, so if you like lo-fi, I think you might like Disclosure as well. Do you like Disclosure, Jared? Those are that's one of my favorite groups, DJs slash artists, if you want to call them. Maybe you can. If you do, let me know. I've signed up to Adidas. Yeah, Disclosure. Check them out. They're British, but yeah, I'm signed up to the Adidas newsletter, Marino, and they haven't alerted me yet. One time, I got an alert one time, and within 5 minutes, it was sold out again. So it's in high demand. But yeah, that's pretty much it for me, guys. Scott will come in and kickstart the day for you guys with stocks, not Scott's. But want to wish you guys all the best, and maybe Scott's section should be called Scott Stocks, but I'll leave that to him. Wishing you guys all the best and a wonderful green day as always. I'm here. If you have any questions, feel free to send me a PM. Always good to engage with you guys. So take care. Bye for now, and let's go.
Welcome to the Tradenet Trading Room. Welcome to a Friday end of the week now. And as we transition into the weekend, we've got some work ahead of us today. Market's going to be certainly helping us out today as we've got the futures higher coming off of yesterday. You know, we could today look for a snapping a 3-week losing session here on Wall Street, and today's the day to possibly do that. Futures are higher coming off of a good day yesterday. Well, I'll tell you what, I learned a lot yesterday from trading, and that was absolutely to wait and not take that first candle or two, but be patient this morning, because that's what caused me to go into the red yesterday to start things off. I turned it around, as you saw right here in the trading room. All of you on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, StockTwits, all on social media. We made that nice comeback yesterday, a couple of good trades, Tesla being one of them, and started to get to the point yesterday where we saw these markets turn, move higher quickly. We got into some long trades here on the reversal. What a great day yesterday. Barely green, but that puts the week intact. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, 3 green days in a row. Going for the 4th today. Hopefully I'll be able to learn and be more disciplined in my trading this morning. But let's talk about these markets, get you prepared for the day. Interesting day today. We did have mentoring yesterday. Those of you that were involved in the mentoring class yesterday, congratulations. Michael Arevi is going to be gone. I mean, it's the first time in years that I've seen Michael actually take some time off. So much appreciated, Michael, and I know he's enjoying his weekend here. He's going to be gone today and on Monday. In for him today at lunch, you're going to have Danny Schwartz take over for lunch. Aggie will join the afternoon session here and take us all the way into the close today. So looking forward to allowing and having Danny and Aggie here in the room to take over. What a great duo they are. Now let's talk a little bit about stocks this morning. In the Asian markets in the overnight session, we had all of Asia up. And this is a good thing, because this is what's brought our futures up higher today or this morning. Nikkei up 320.72, Shanghai and China up 29.60, and the Hong Kong Hang Seng up 445 points, 445.19, 2.09% higher. Nikkei was up 1.23%, and the Shanghai up 0.89%. You combine it with Europe. Europe was green across the board as well. So that's a good thing. German DAX up 105.78, FTSE in the UK up 118.21, the CAC 40 in Paris up 126.09. All 3 markets in the green. All 6 markets globally that we watch are in the green. That's putting pressure on our futures here in the US of A. Pre-market futures now, Dow futures up 205 points, S&P futures up 29, NASDAQ futures up 101 this morning. So real nice move on the futures market this morning, and that's going to lead us higher. Oil up $1.99, almost $2 a barrel, up to 106.26 right now. And yes, you got it. Gold down $2.30. Flight to equities starting this morning as we get this day started. So looking forward to that. Looking forward to trading with everybody today. Can we snap this 3-week losing streak? Well, today could be the day. ZenDesk out there to be acquired by an investor group for $10 billion, $10.2 billion. And Exxon Mobil CEO Darren Woods coming in, calling for a hard price on carbon. That's what we have here. This oil, fuel prices, everything getting expensive. Pump fuel, boat fuel, everything really expensive now. And that's what you need to know to get ready for the day today. Again, we need to really watch these markets. We're going to be up, gapping up this morning. Just be careful as we get started today, because again, it's going to be one of those days where the gap up, and then do we fail or do we take off? That's the key. And we got to watch that as we get going here this morning. I think my charts are frozen here. I think I need to log off and come back on, but we'll talk about that and more. Anyway, I know the Microsoft trade is the one that I'm going to be looking at for the long this morning. It's going to be over 262. I don't know what it's trading at. I just need to come back here in just a minute, but I'm going to post this anyway as if this chart is right, because it is the 262 that I'm after here to the upside. That stock has gapped up nicely from the 259 area up to 262 this morning. It's $3 higher, and we're going to post that also to run higher. Then ZenDesk, as we just talked about here, this is ZEN. Now, again, it is the stock that's being acquired, but for 10.2 billion. But you can see if we go sideways here, just at 75.55, no trade. But if we start to spike up over $76, because I don't know if they have a number in mind. They just have a buyout here, and I can look at the news just to see. It just says 10.2 billion, 77.50 a share. So we might get a little travel up towards 77.50 today on Zen. And then last but not least, Tesla this morning, TSLA, and this is going to be a long over 712. All right, let's say good morning to everybody here. Get everybody ready to rock and roll today on this beautiful Friday. Last session of the week, and I got to tell you, I'm excited to be here today. Excited to be trading, and we're gonna get Meir in here. He'll be trading this morning session with me. Yogi's out this morning, so we will be together again, the dynamic duo, and I'm looking forward to trading with Meir. Always great to learn from the master, and always great to trade alongside him. Joshua, good morning to you. Paul Kuna, good morning to you, and happy Friday. NASDAQ, good morning. Good morning to you. Thanawat, Steve B, good morning. Marino, good morning to you. Silverio, good morning. Yep. Harry, good morning. Yep. Let's be green today. Absolutely. Capel, good morning to you. AZ, good morning. Yep. Julio, good morning to you. And Tim, good morning to you. Yeah, we'll take ZEN off of here. I've got a couple of other stocks listed here. Wolf is another one, WOLF. This stock here needs some volume in it, but it is a nice move higher this morning. Nice breakout move here. ZEN, Snow also, and then Coin. We'll put Snow up here. Remember Snow we had yesterday. We'll watch this again today as we get the day going. Traders, we've got a little less than 2 minutes to go. Lee, good morning to you. Tim, good morning. Good morning, Daff, and Alan, good morning. Yep, let's take a look at Hood, Doug. That's a good one as well. Okay, HOOD. There we go. Yep. Maybe 820, not a big mover, but yeah, definitely at the 820. Okay, so we'll go back to take a look at Coin as well this morning. Coin's looking good. Should provide some more movement to the upside. Again, this is why I put down the pre-market, because I can see this pre-market high right around that 60. What is it? 60.72. So 60.75 at all. We're going to go long the stock. So looking forward to trading with everybody today. We'll get Meir in here. We get started here in less than now, coming up on a minute. Again, quick check on futures again. We are up and away. We're going to blast out of here. 217 on the Dow, 30 and a quarter on the S&P, and the NASDAQ up 105 and a quarter this morning. Here comes Meir. Happy Friday, my friend.
Happy Friday. I'm good. Hi, traders. How are you doing today?
Doing good. I got new foam pads on my my headset. Feel good. So.
Oh, okay.
Little replacement. The other ones wore out for whatever reason. But here come the charts for you. Yogi's not going to be with us today, so it's just you and I, Meir, the session.
Okay then. Hi traders. Last day of the trading week. It's been a good week so far. Here's my charts now.
Charts are good, confirmed.
Let's try and do our best. The market is open, another gap up, quite a substantial gap up. S&P is up 1%, NASDAQ up 1.1. It's a big gap up. Normally, when we have such a big gap up, we're not likely to move to red. We're likely to hold to green territory. We should probably look for longs. And of course, if we have a stock that is relatively weak, we could short, but it needs to be a clear, weak stock to short. Otherwise, we should concentrate on going long, find first whether the direction of the market is valid. We need some proof, of course. It may take some time. Initial move, interesting move, is you can see that Amazon is coming down. It was actually on my long list, but and it's not a big move down, just 0.5%. I'm just pointing it out because if it's going to continue its downtrend here, this could turn to be interesting. Another interesting move down is NVAX, which is down 2%. Started at 0, but now coming down quite strong. So if you're looking for stocks which are relatively weak, these are two of my candidates here.
Hey, traders, remember what I said. I'm not going to be taking this first candle here. I got burned yesterday. I'm still feeling the heat, so I'm waiting here, this first 5-minute candle to pass. Be looking at Coin. Microsoft, very nice move higher.
Other stocks which are relatively strong, FedEx, FDX, Actually, all the Chinese stocks, NIO is looking good. Baidu. Baba started with a gap up, likely to move up later. Meta is looking great right here.
Yeah. Like to take some of the meta trade. Look at Microsoft. Wow.
Well, I'm late to the party. I'm not going to join. I'll wait for a pullback. The market direction is up. NASDAQ is already up 1.4%. S&P 1.15. Yeah, I'm watching coin too. I did not notice though. Yeah, it's moving up, right? It looks good. Looks good for a long. I feel like it's a bit too early for me to make a move.
Me too. That's why I'm waiting.
Of course, this means that I may miss the party,
Okay, I'd like
but
to have
I'm
this
also
pullback, Meir, and then go long here on some of these stocks.
yeah,
Coin,
yeah,
Microsoft, Tesla.
yeah, exactly.
Just waiting.
Okay, we've got a pullback from the highs in Meta. I was about to say I'm going to buy something if it moves another 20 cents or so. It moved very close to 162, which should have been my entry point. I was ready to buy something at 162.20. Now the market is moving up, and if Meta's going to continue to pull back down here, maybe at 162.30 something, I will be willing to buy something. Of course,
Yeah, this
the
pullback to
reduced
162,
size.
I think, is viable here on Meta.
Yeah, I'm willing to pay over 162, Scott. I'm willing to pay 162.30 or so, but definitely not 162.80 where it is right now, and it's likely to continue. So I guess I may have missed the party here. Yeah, Nvidia is looking great for long.
So traders, just working on my discipline this morning. First candle, I'm just waiting and watching here. Don't want to get burned like I did yesterday. I'll wait for this direction to pull back, and I'm going to try to go long. Look at BUBA, B-A-B-A. Matt pointed out. Looks good.
Amazon,
Let's pull back here.
which was weak earlier, is now moving up. Mana and NVAX are coming down strong. I wonder why. I wonder why.
Take a look at NVAX. Yeah, it is.
Amazon spiking over the highs. It's a big move.
I love NVAX
PDD
over
coming
50.
down. PDD coming down, and other Chinese stocks are also coming down. So be careful if you're going long a Chinese stock right now. Well, I don't think going short is a good idea because they are very strong and likely to move up later. So if you're looking for a long, maybe we could get a reversal and go long.
Yeah, I'm gonna post the NVAX trade. This will be my first trade of the day. This is NVAX long at 50. Big round number here. It's pulling down right now. Hopefully it turns back with the market. Both Microsoft and Coin, no pullback at all. Both of them off to the races.
Airlines are up strong. Chinese stocks are coming down, but they are extremely strong recently, and there's apparently no reason for them to come down. So if we could find a reversal and go long at some point, this could be interesting. I'm watching FUT2, I'm watching PDD, I'm watching Baba, I'm watching JD, and I'm watching Baidu. Waku is close to the highs, looking strong.
Watch the entry here on
Not big.
NVAX. Again, entry is going to be $50 NVAX.
S&P started 1% up, now it's at 1.2. It's a big move for just a few minutes. And NASDAQ is touching the 1.6. So now I'm waiting for small failure in the market because I need a technical formation. We moved up. I'm not sure I'm going to get a failure in the pullback
that's the
in the
thing.
S&P, but yeah, exactly. So we may be left out of work today, Scott.
Yeah. So traders, if you didn't understand what Meir just said, that's a good point. So again, yesterday I talked about being disciplined, about not jumping in on the first candle, and what you sacrifice is possibly missing the move, like Microsoft, like Coin right now. We're not given the chance to get in, and as Meir says, we may have missed an opportunity. We'll see.
Yeah, we never know. But I'm not willing to jump on every price here. When I
Right.
feel like I'm overpaying, I'm just not buying.
Yep.
Nvidia still looking good. Meta just moved over the highs. Chinese stocks still coming down, which is interesting because they are shaking out every owner that bought them initially. Tesla also, in my opinion, looks like as if it's too extended to the upside. I'm looking for the market failure first, and I do see some first signs. You see the S&P just pulled back to the middle of the range. Now, question is whether we're going to continue higher or maybe come down on the lows. The issue is when the S&P starts up 1%, there should be some kind of a downside pressure, and I didn't see that today. We normally look for the market to, once we have a big gap up. I mean, we had it yesterday, really. So we normally look for the market to come down in the direction of closing the gap, not necessarily closing the gap. Yesterday we were very close to closing the gap. NASDAQ closed the gap, the S&P did not. So we look for some profit taking. Now there were quite a lot of people who bought the market in the last few days, hoping that we've seen the lows. And now there should be some profit taking, especially when the market gaps up 1%. Maybe I'm misreading the wheel of the general public to continue buying, and maybe they're just buying everything now, and I'm just losing a good opportunity here, but I have to wait until the market comes down. Otherwise, I will be overpaying. Likely to be overpaying.
Okay, no trade NVAX, still waiting for it. Microsoft, 3 big green candles to start the day. And Coin pulling back
JD
just
just
a little
moved.
bit here. I'm going to go
I
ahead
think
and
JD just moved
I'll be
over
right
the
back.
highs. Okay. Small pullback from the highs. Is this enough? I don't know. Nasdaq didn't really pull back from the highs. The S&P did a bit. JD just moved over the highs. 1540.
Again, traders, no trades for me yet. And the first trade of the day is going to be this NVAX coming in at 50 here. About 20 cents to go on NVAX. I'm also going to post Coin now, COIN.
I'm willing to take a small risk in Baba. Now, I posted it over 115.40. I'm long Baba. It's a small size trade because the pullback was not much, but we're moving up.
NVAX
Okay,
first
I will
partial
do the same.
50-50.
with Baidu over 151. Not sure I have the time to post it. Baidu over 151. Again, small size trade. If it triggers. I'm long Baidu. The market spiked over the highs, so we do have a confirmation for the trend. I don't like the fact that it was a small pullback. I don't like it.
Okay, traders, those of you that are in the coin trade, congratulations. We're going to have a nice winning trade here on coin. And I'm going to come out right at 63 on half the trade. I'm going to let the rest run here.
The reason I've got
Ooh, yeah.
small size is because I don't trust the market. Baba is challenging the highs.
9 cents to go coin, COIN.
Normally we
Watch
should
this
see a bigger
63 on coin.
pullback. We should see the market coming down under the lows. We haven't seen that, so I'm still concerned whether it will come later. And I don't want to be caught full size trading, going long, anything. We do have a confirmation now that the market wants to continue higher. Coin's still looking great, Scott.
Yeah, it still is. And it's going to take this 63 out here. Starting to get excited about this move.
Baidu is close to the highs, so is Baba. The market is accelerating. It's good, of course, I'm long. Why did NVAX and Mana come down so strong? And will they continue the downtrend? So far you're doing good, Scott. You got your partial, right?
Yep, got the partial here at 63. Rest is gonna just wait on it here. And you saw it here first, traders. Remember what we talked about, learning from yesterday. Those of you that were with me yesterday, we talked about being patient and not taking that first candle. And it paid off today, paid off this morning here. 200 shares left on coin, going to let it on here. Full share size on NVAX. Still grinding here to that 50-50 area where I'm going to take my partial here on NVAX.
Both Baba and Baidu moved over the highs.
There's our NVAX partial. And we're going to be going towards that 51 mark now on NVAX. Well, I hate to say it like this, but we played that coin trade just perfect. Got the start of that third candle on the pullback. Nailed it off the round number there on 62.50. And now we're 63.50, 1 point higher and looking good. NVAX waited patiently, got into that trade as well. Remember, it's not the number of trades, it's just the number of good trades that you take for the day, number of profitable trades, and we're certainly doing that right now. Okay, good question. What made you go long NVAX? Well, at the start here, you heard Meir talk about some of the Chinese stocks and some of the stocks that were pulling back. Certainly NVAX did that too, right? And I just figured to myself, we had a nice gap up this morning. Stock finished on high yesterday, had good pre-market action this morning. Stock higher, market higher, taking it in the direction of the market, which is long. Waited for the whole number there on NVAX at 50. And truthfully, the reason I took the trade is because of the round number of 50. There's a lot of people that will buy at 50, at 40, at 20, at 10, at those round numbers, and it just really lined up perfectly for the trade. Now we're getting
And
a
another
pullback
thing, which I think it's important to remind about your NVAX trade, guys, you may have noticed the partial was relatively quick. You don't really trust a stock like NVX to move up, close, move all the way up to the highs and continue higher. Scott just, of course, is hoping that it's going to do that, but the stock is trending lower. So one thing I personally noticed about Scott's trade, he took his partial relatively quick. He was just happy to get this spike up. He thought it was too extended to the downside. The market's moving up. So it is likely that he'll have a green trade, but he didn't, wait for a bigger continuation, which I guess he would have done if the stock was trading higher.
Now we're seeing a pullback. So now when we look at it, Meir, we look at stocks like Microsoft, coin pulling back a little bit here. Is it time to look at a long on Microsoft here on this pullback? We have to wait and see if we go a little bit lower here. You like the trade for the day here on Microsoft?
I was really happy to get. I was really hoping to get my partial before we're gonna get a pullback here. But yeah, I do see some pullback, like Baba did pull back down, Baidu. But as long as the S&P continues and it is holding to the highs, then I expect all of them to make another upside move over the highs, and then I could possibly get my partials. Lots and lots of stock I'm watching now are extended to the upside. The only one that is not, well, one of the stocks that are not performing so well is Apple. Apple is a very important barometer for the NASDAQ. So watch Apple. If it's gonna fail moving higher, it still is trending higher, but if it's gonna fail moving higher, it needs to go over the highs, then we could get a pullback. As I speak, the S&P is becoming more and more aggressive, and the Nasdaq is moving to a new high. Baba's touching the highs. Baidu new high. Good. Baidu just reached my target over 1 point. That's great. Let's get a partial in Baidu really soon. I won't let it move under 152, and Baba is approaching that number 2. Okay, I'm taking my partial here in Baidu. Took. I need another 20 cents or so in Baba for a partial. We just had another spike up in the S&P, which moved them up to the high of the day. Good. Baba is approaching. I'm getting ready for a partial. Come on, another 10 cents. Over
I
40.
missed the Microsoft trade. Shoot.
Over 40. S&P is holding to the highs. So far, no pullback.
Because I'm out all shares on coin. All shares on coin, I'm out. One thing I'm holding right now is NVAX, and I'm looking for a way to get into Microsoft here.
Microsoft is like... I'm looking at the point where I wanted to buy it, which was around 162 really, and it's gone.
Yeah, that Microsoft trade you see in the pre-market, Meir, I listed Microsoft as a long at 262.
Oh, you did?
That's right where I wanted to take it. Yeah.
Oh,
right
okay.
where I wanted to take it. So
okay, here comes
thinking the
Baba. Come
same
on,
way,
Baba.
but
Few more cents.
it's gone now.
Come on, Baba. Few more cents. Over 40. Come on. Come on. It did like another 2 or 3 cents. Okay, it's over 40 now. Getting ready for a partial. Trying to get a bit more if I can. Here comes the 50. Come on, come on, come on. Move over 50. I took my partial. Just over 40 as planned. I don't have big winners, traders. The market behaved in a way that is just a bit I mean, did not really give me the right opportunity. Shabbat Shalom, Marco. Did not really give me the right opportunity to move in the way I wanted to. It's always a bit challenging when the market starts with a big gap up and just continues higher. You always want to see some kind of a pullback. And I did not really see that. Yes, I can see that Mana is weak and NVAX weak, but I don't dare shorting anything when the market's moving up the way it is right now.
Because if we get that move on Microsoft down below 265, we're going to go ahead and list this trade ahead of time, because if it goes under 265, 265 is where I'm going to pick it up at. Okay. Here's the listing here. And if we get there, I'm going to be taking it back up through 265 if we dip below it.
Good job, Itzhak. Everything I'm looking at is like way overextended now. Look at the meta. This is, I don't know, who can buy at this price? I'm not going to buy at this price. I feel like I'm overcharged.
Okay, here we go on the Microsoft trade. Again, watch it below 265. I really like this trade here. I'm going to try to, if I can't get 265, 265.50 will be my entry here on Microsoft. Okay, there we go. I'm going to be coming in here at 265.
Guys, so far we're having a good day, but I do want to remind you that my past performance is not typical. I'm a very experienced trader, and please be careful, because most beginner traders are losing money. So start with a demo. Don't risk your own money before you know what you're doing. And I know it may seem to you like it's easy. We just had several good trades here, but please believe me when I say it's not. It's extremely hard. It may look simple, it's not. Let's take a look at Apple. Very interesting. I mentioned earlier.
AZ's looking at PDD.
The pullback is about to come now, traders. It's about to come. Apple is many times a barometer of the NASDAQ. So the NASDAQ is at the highs. Take a look at the NASDAQ. I'll put in the Qs here so you can see. And you can see that many times you can see the first move in Apple, and it already did that. And you can see the failure to move to a new high. So Apple is technically now downtrending. The minimum you would expect is a big pullback at the NASDAQ. And the S&P is also at the highs, and that's why you should expect the S&P to pull back down too. So although we're holding at the highs, pullback is due. And sometimes you can see that by watching Apple. I'm not sure, John, that shorting Apple is the good is a good answer here, because you know Apple is up 1.5%. You want to short something, deal with the ones which are relatively weak. You don't take a stock that is up 1.5%. and short it. Just like I've mentioned this several times before. If you walk into a bar and you're looking for a fight, you don't pick up the big bully, right? You pick someone who's well, you have a chance to
Someone
win.
you could beat, right? Yeah.
And Apple is up, yeah, and Apple is up 1.5%. So don't mess with stocks which are up that much. Actually, I don't think there's, it's just a pullback from the highs. In fact, I'm expecting a pullback from the highs. I don't see that yet. Could be wrong. But, you know, it's a pullback from the highs. It's likely to happen because Apple made the first move. And it definitely does not mean you need to short anything. It's a pullback of a market which is extremely strong today, unless we come down more than 50% from the highs. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call it crash, Scott, but I would say if the S&P would come more than 50% from the highs, come down, and then, you know, aim at moving lower today in the direction of closing the gap, we could find something which is relatively weak. I don't know, maybe it's Marna or NVAX. Right now, I'm not interested in shorting anything really.
Okay, traders, I'm going to repost this 264.50 now on Microsoft, and I am going to enter this trade this time here. Not going to wait for the 265. Going to come in at 264.50 if we get it here. Like what Meir is saying, I like the market higher today. It's Friday. The news headlines are talking about, you know, breaking the 3-week losing streak by having a green day today and having a green week in the S&P. And certainly like the action today, moving higher with all of these tech stocks. So let's see if we can get this Microsoft to go 264.50 entry.
But I feel like I need to add something to what I just mentioned, traders. It's not my style to short a stock like Apple, and it does not mean that shorting it is totally wrong if you know what you're doing. And I want to say that clearly. Some traders' style is different than mine. So if you know what you're doing, and you know when to move in and when to move out, yes, you could have a short scalp in Apple. So the fact that I was saying earlier, don't do it, means personally, I will not do it. It's not my style. I like to follow the market direction. Yes, I will short a stock sometimes when the market is moving up. If it looks like, for example, NVAX and down several percent, I may consider it. Not on a day like today when the market is spiking up like crazy. But sometimes when the market is not clear or just slowly moving up, I may consider doing that. Not today. Now, having mentioned that, look at what happened now. What's going on, Scott?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, the what I'm looking at right now and the way that the markets are running here, we've got the Microsoft turning and burning right now, which is great. Those of you that are in this trade, again, right in front of you, we talked about this and talked about how we're going to come into the trade, how we're going to take this 264.50 and run. Now we've got 60 cents now on the first partial here on Microsoft. And again, I think it's going to go to that 266 number here. So just be patient with this trade. Those of you that are in the trade with me, 264.50 entry. First partial is going to be 265.40, taking about 90 cents off of this trade here.
Consumer confidence came out? How come I
Well,
didn't
I'm
know
looking
it's coming?
because somebody had just said that, but I don't see anything. 10 o'clock number here. We're just 30 minutes in.
Now, guys, take a look at Apple. If you were shorting Apple and it took it like, I don't know, 6-7 minutes to come down and maybe you didn't take your partial, that's the problem with a stock that is up 1.5%. Now it's up 1.8. You see, a stock like Apple, it's strong today, okay? It's up today. It's green today. It's up 1 point, was up 1.5. Now it's up 1.8. You short a stock like that, you're messing with the wrong company here. I mean, the Nasdaq just spiked up, the S&P just spiked up, and Apple, how long did it take it to move up? 1.5 minutes. That's the reason you don't want to mess with stocks like that, shorting them. Everything just spiked up like crazy now. S&P, oh goodness, S&P is up 2%. NASDAQ is up 2.5, S&P almost 2.1 now, and we are going.
Huge move now on Microsoft. This is where we come out. Those of you that came into the trade with me,
Wow.
264.50, now almost 266, and I'm going to take it right here at the 265.90, and I'm out 3/4 of the trade with Microsoft, full share size trade. 300 shares left. Microsoft, we're going to take it over the top, hopefully on this breakout.
What a huge upside move. The only
Yep,
stocks that
very
didn't
nice.
spike over the highs are Baidu and Baba. The rest moved up. It's okay.
That's because they know that you're in them. That's why.
It feels like it. I'm watching Nvidia, it's rocketing. Apple, well, not all of them, but many, many others are just spiking over the highs like crazy. Okay, Baba, thank you. Moving over the highs. Baidu also. I may want to reduce some more size soon. Look at the market. This is unreal. I'm very happy, I have to say. I had enough with the market coming down. All this talks about recession and everything. Well, sadly, I think we're not done yet. I think it's more likely that we will continue coming down. It's just 1 week, one pullback week after several weeks of moving lower. So would this be a dead cat bounce? Sadly, I think it's likely to be so. Sadly, I think it's more likely that the market will come down, but who knows?
Be getting
I
a
hope
little bit
we
of
see more.
little stretch here on Microsoft at the top.
And there's also one more rule when the market crashes. When you have a big market crash, there's just one more rule that so far did not fulfill. One more rule. You're probably wondering what is this rule, right? Exactly. One new high. So normally when the market crashes, we should get a big upside move where everybody believes they should go long. So those who did not yet lose money will lose much more. Those who already lost money are going to double down because they think we've seen the lows. Those who are buying now, it's not enough. 1 week of moving up is not enough. We need to see much more than this. So a big crash should come right after all of these people who already lost money will buy more, wait for the market to move to new highs, and then crash with the market, losing whatever they earned in the last, I don't know, 10, 20 years. The market always takes everything when we have a big crash. It just doesn't move down gradually and, it needs to eliminate everyone. There need to be blood in the streets. There's no blood in the streets so far. Big market move, up, lots of people moving in, and then a big crash. I'm not saying it's coming. I'm just saying this term was not yet fulfilled. I don't know. I wish I knew if this is the end of the bear market. I hope it is. I had enough fun coming when the market came down recently. And I think I'm done with it. Wouldn't mind seeing the market moving higher from here. I mean, it's also thing with the economy and everything. I could make money when the market's coming down, but I'm losing more money economy-wise. Yeah, Ken, I'm looking at the daily chart of the SPY each and every day. Let's take another look here, just so that we all see the same, we're all in the same picture. Now what, let's move to weekly charts. I could do more than 5 years, I could do 10 years. Okay, so now we're looking at the S&P starting 2018 or so. Just a few years, not much, but you can see that you know, just remember this. We were very happy to see the market at the beginning of 2020 at the highs that it was, and then crashing down. We had some fun during the first the first and only Corona crash, and then we moved up over the highs and continued to move higher. So I'm looking at the markets now where it is. We came down, and we're still higher than where we were, you know, just 2 years ago, a little bit more than 2 years ago. So there's no big deal so far. I wouldn't call it a crash. This is not a crash. This is just a pullback from the highs. Yes, we are trending lower. So if you take a look at the daily chart of the S&P, this is a very clear downtrend and with a lot of momentum, but it is not yet a crash. We need to come down a lot in order to have a crash. So still is just a pullback. Now the question is, how far up should we move in order for more traders to come in, be convinced that the market is going back to new highs? And I think, I'm looking at the SPY now, more and more people will move in if we move over 420, approximately 420, and they'll start adding. And then, if a crash should come, it will come in a big way. If it will come. It's not my job to predict crashes. I have my idea of what's supposed to happen. We all know that the market has been extremely strong for several years, and we haven't seen any like serious pullback for a long time. Now, I'm going back here 10 years, more than 10 years. So take a look at the S&P now. It's not much of a pullback. Well, it is a substantial pullback, but it's not more than just a pullback. If you look at the S&P in the past 10 years, we moved up a lot. And time is due for a pullback. But it's not a big pullback yet. Not a huge pullback. It's not a crash. It is a big pullback. Sorry. It's not a crash.
Okay, traders, those of you that are in the Microsoft trade, I've come out of all shares Microsoft now. There was a nice trade here on this breakout move on Microsoft V-bottom recovery off of the VWAP. It looks great. Well, I'll tell you what, we missed the coin trade, and that was a real nice 5-minute candle. Just ended. Yep, one trade be done for the day. DVG, that's the way to trade. Really awesome.
How come Baba and Baidu do not follow the market so far? Some guys are writing that they're waiting for me to post more trades. Guys, I'm I'm not sure I'm going to post any other trade. The market is too extended to the upside. I don't feel comfortable buying at this price. I need a bargain price.
Yeah, really. I've had 4 trades this morning,
Right?
and I could just about call it a day. I mean, what we said before, Meir, it's not about how many trades you take; it's just how many green trades you take, right?
Right, right. So if it's not a bargain price, I'm not in. I'm not buying something at any price. Definitely not what I'm seeing now. And I don't want to short it because the market is so strong. You saw what happens, right? When the market is so strong, you get these spikes up like crazy. And then if you short something, even if you're trying to get a scalp, you're done with. Yeah, the price is just too high. Yes, some stocks have very nice technical formation, I agree, like Roku over the highs. But again, it's way too extended now. Yeah, I'm definitely trying to ride the trend, but when the trend is so strong to the upside, I have my suspicious. I'm a very suspicious person. I'm watching the market and I don't buy the story. It's like too much. I'm not interested in. Got 2 green trades. Not interested in risking anything. Guys, Clifton just posted a link if you're interested to trade the same platform I'm trading. The same platform that its name is on my chest over here, Comex Pro. So you've got the link. Please, please, please start with the demo. You don't have to open an account in order to trade a demo. Just don't risk your money. But if you do not, if you're interested in opening an account, I think it's probably the world's best platform or one of the best. And I've traded a lot of platforms before. Definitely can tell you that it's a great platform.
And traders, those of you that in conjunction with that, we've got until the 28th this month to take advantage of the summer sale. Again, you can get in here with some of the greatest training on the planet. Clifton's got the link here, the intro student, expert, and pro package right here with personal sessions, with mentoring session on it. Trying to make that decision. Check it out. I mean, it doesn't cost you anything to look into it, see if it's right for you. And if it is, click on the link and go for it.
S&P is not tired. It's back to the highs. Wow. That's really remarkable. S&P is up 2.3%, Nasdaq up 2.8. I'll tell you what, normally when you have such a big upside move, assuming the market is going to finish over 2% today, it's likely to. If that's going to happen, then just imagine the headlines. We will have some There's a good chance we're going to have another gap up on Monday morning because there will be a lot of orders coming from the weekend to buy. So maybe continuation next week. Let's take a look at RBLX. RBLX is pulling down from the highs just a bit too much. Maybe if it goes over 36.50. Right now, I think we are in a pullback mode. The market is too extended to the upside. Yeah, Christian, I'm green for the week. Actually, I am having a very good week. Well, I don't know if it's a very good week. It's a good week. Tuesday, I was up just over $8,000. Wednesday, I was down $6,000. Yesterday, I was up 17. So I'm like 25 plus today. I'm going to be close to $30,000 up for the week. It's a good week.
That's not
One
bad, Meir.
losing day.
Real
And it's a
good
short week too. It started on
Yes.
Tuesday. One full tank of my boat, Scott. One diesel full tank. Week's work. Baba pulled it down from the highs quite a lot. I still have 200 shares. I'll give it some space. The market is uptrending, but I won't let it move under 114.
My next trade, traders, I am going to come in here with a trade, and it's going to be a coin trade, and we're going to take it over 63 if we get it here. Pull down. This little pullback in the market, I think, could be greeted with a long trade here on coin, COIN. Long 63 here. We got about 50 cents to wait on.
S&P looking for a new high. Traders, I'm done for the week. Here are my results. I would like to explain a bit about what I did today, so hang on with me another 2-3 minutes so that I could explain some of my trading today. I mean, both of them really, not too much. So I'm going to finish up just over $3,000 and only had 2 trades. I want to explain why. And both of them were small size, actually half size. So the reason I took these trades and the reason I had half size is as follows. So first, take a look at the S&P 500 because it always starts here. The S&P started up 1%. We had a 1% gap up. Currently, we are over almost 2.4%. Okay, and touching a new high. Amazing. So the S&P started with a gap up. Now, when the S&P starts with a gap up, you would expect some kind of a downside pressure. Not too much. I mean, I do not expect it to come down and close the gap. I just expect it to come down. We had the same yesterday. So if I'm going to show you what happened yesterday, you see over here, hold on, let me show it this way. So we had the same yesterday. We started with a gap up. It was 0.6% if I remember correctly. And then we came down, did not close the gap, we were close, and then we moved over the highs. And then afterwards we moved up again. But again, when you have a big gap up, you would expect the gap and go. But at first, you expect the market to be under some kind of pressure. So normally, if I would get my best setups, they will be based on the fact that the S&P starts with a gap up, coming down, which it did not, and then moving over the highs. So at the point where it starts reversing higher, you could look for some buying opportunities at the point where it starts reversing higher because you would expect it to move over the highs and continue higher. But what happened today? We moved up initially and then a very small pullback, and then the S&P started moving to a new high. So I was looking at the S&P and I was asking myself whether I'm going to miss the market today. I missed a big move today and definitely would have missed a big move if I would have taken, if I would just continue to sit on the fence. And then I saw something interesting. Now, I wouldn't just buy something just because I think that the market, that I may be losing the market. I wouldn't just jump on something and buy it because you never know if the market's going to stop, let's say over here, then make the big move down and then move up again. You just never know. I could be taken out by a pullback and then maybe have a red day, and then maybe the market would move higher. So I don't want to jump on everything, and I just didn't get the big pullback I was looking for. Normally, I would. Today, I didn't. So I was looking for another edge. I was looking for another edge, and the edge did come. The edge was actually Chinese stocks. Pre-market time, I watched the Chinese stocks, they all started with a gap up. They were all on my list for today. So I was looking to long some Chinese stocks. And assuming I could get some kind of an advantage, of course, otherwise I wouldn't. So they were all relatively strong, they all came up. Now I was watching several of them. Some of them were JD, Baidu, and Baba. You can see them all on my screen right over here. Now take a look at the point where the market of course continued higher. There's almost no pullbacks, but take a look at what JD did. JD moved over the highs right over here, and if you read the time correctly at the bottom, you can see that's 9:40. So at 9:40, JD spiked over the highs. Now JD is not alone. JD is, they're all in the same category. Baba, JD, Baidu, they are all likely to move higher today. The first move was made by JD. Now, does that promise me that Baba and Baidu will move up? No, but it's very, very likely that they will. Now take a look at where they were at 940. So again, remember 940, JD moved to a new high and actually spiked nicely over the highs. Now take a look at Baidu 940. Baidu 940 is at a reversal point right over here. It's starting a reversal. This reversal was not enough for me. I wanted to see it over 150. 150, or actually 150.50. I think I posted it at 150.50 if I remember correctly. So 151? I'm not sure. Yeah, 151, sorry. I was waiting to see it over the whole number 151, and I was hoping that it's going to move over 151, so I was looking for a little bit more confirmation. It was not enough for me to see that JD moved over the highs, but it was a good confirmation that the rest will follow, the Chinese stocks will follow. So I was looking for an entry point in Baidu, posted in the room 151, wanted to make sure that this reversal over here is working out nicely. Now, if you take a look at the S&P 500 at 940, you can see that the S&P also moved to a new high. So JD was the first to follow, and then lagging behind were Baidu at a nice reversal, and of course, Baidu is up more than 3%. And Baba at the same time. Now, take a look at 940. 940 is right over here. So Baba also started the reversal at 914, and if I remember correctly, yes, I can remember correctly because it's also my purchase price, and I still long 200 shares. So the entry price was 115.50. That's the one I posted. So it's the same idea as Baidu. They all reversed at, they both reversed at the same time. JD was already over the highs. The S&P was over the highs. It was a little bit hard for me to trust the S&P, but I knew the Chinese stocks are strong. I knew that JD moved over the highs. Still, didn't really trust it enough to go full size. Did not. I can say right now that, of course, I'm sorry that I did not, but at that point, I believe I did the right thing. I believe I did the right thing. Again, it starts with S&P. S&P is too extended to the upside, did not have the pullback I wanted to. I don't just tick all the check boxes, to make sure, and I just didn't have the full confirmation, the top-down analysis of what I needed in order to go full size. I just didn't have that. And since I did not have that, I could not move in with full size. So I took half size in both. It was the right thing to do at that point. They both worked out. JD, of course, continued. Baidu and Baba followed. The S&P continued. If the S&P, which I did not trust enough, would have came down, which did not happen, I would have had two losers in Baba and Baidu. But again, you just need to tick a lot of boxes. The more you tick, the more size you can take. JD, it's a Chinese stock, it's moving up, right? So Baidu and Baba are likely to follow. The market is strong, it's trending higher. I don't trust it, but it's trending higher. So the fact that I don't trust it, that means half size. Both Baba and Baidu are relatively strong. So you see, that's the top-down analysis of what happened and what made me buy half size in Baba and Baidu. And there was a time also where I saw Meta and I was waiting for a pullback, and again I was not ready to jump in at the price that it was. Now I'm sorry I didn't, of course, but that's just looking back at things. At that point, again, I didn't trust the market. I was a little bit cautious about it, but I was very close to going long Meta also. Anyway, I didn't. And the end result is green. It's nice. I'm happy. Just 2 trades. And that's about it for me. I wish you all a great weekend. Enjoy your weekend. We had an interesting short week, but it was nice. Thank you for joining. If you are in YouTube, I would really appreciate if you just hit that like button for us. Let's see how many likes we've got today. They're never enough, I'm never happy, but because Scott, there's like there were 1,200 traders in the room. about 1,000 right now, and we've got 177 likes. It's not fair, guys. Come on, be nice.
At least 500.
Just hit that like button. Yeah, let's get over 500. That's just 50% of you guys right now in the trading room. Let's get over 500. Thank you. I see some likes coming.
And
So I really appreciate the fact that you traded with us.
we're going to check out to see how everybody's done today as well. You know, I'm very green, and I got to tell you, Meir, I learned yesterday, as I told the team, kind of wait for the trades to come in, be disciplined, wait for the entries, and I did that today, and we really got, you know, when you're look at that 70%, 77, almost 80% of our traders today are profitable. 80%. Wow.
Yeah,
That's a
it's an
Friday,
amazing
partner.
number.
That's a good Friday, Meir.
Yeah, yeah, I'm very proud of this, really. That's 77% right now, 78% right now in green. I click the green button. For me, very green is probably over $10,000. So I'm not very green today, but you know, just 2 trades, both are in green. I love it. And I love the fact that most of you guys are in green too.
No doubt.
Yeah, we should now, COVID is over, or actually it's not really over at zeros, but we should have some meetings. Definitely would love to meet some of you guys. So if you happen to be in Croatia this summer,
you get a dose of Ad Zeros next week on Wednesday. We're going to be talking about journaling, keeping a track of your trades. And like I said, if you want to host or if you want to be in this room and you want to talk to the traders, I think Clifton's got the calendar on that. And next Wednesday will be Ad Zeros here in the room. We're going to enjoy his conversation. You're welcome.
guys, thank you very much. We have 360 likes right now. We would like to get over 500, so another 140 of you guys that did not click the button, we will appreciate that. I'm flying to Cyprus, Scott, tomorrow night. So next week I'll be trading from Cyprus, yes.
Good, good. I bet you it's hot as can be in Cyprus right now, temperature-wise, huh?
It's hot over here too. I mean, I'm in Israel now, and it's already quite hot.
Milky was saying like high 20s, 27, 8, maybe.
No, actually, it's over 30 now.
Wow.
It's going to be 32 or so in Cyprus, but you know, it's summer. It's great.
That's what it is.
I'll take my time swimming every day as I usually do. Should be fun. Guys, have a great weekend. I'll see you next week. If you're in Israel, Shabbat Shalom. Appreciate the fact that you traded with us. And just enjoy your weekend. See you next week.
Yep, Mary, you take care of yourself. Have a great weekend. Be safe, partner. I'll talk to you on Monday. Safe travels. Okay, traders, as Meir takes off and I come in here, we'll exchange the charts, and I'll get mine up here. We've still got plenty of trading left today. And again, Michael's taking a rare vacation day, which is well-deserved. Danny will be coming in at lunch today, and we will have that 11:30 coming up in about an hour. So, you know, we've only been in the market now for about an hour and 6 minutes. And no, I feel like Meir right now. I don't know as if I need to have another trade on. Um, I want to come into the coin trade. Microsoft as well. Microsoft has pulled back. I'm going to relist Microsoft now. The 265 this time. 265 on Microsoft. That's MSFT long at 265. This will give us one to watch here mid-morning. This will be the second time I'm going to come into Microsoft on this trade, and looking forward to getting back into this Microsoft long. Yeah, Boeing. Yeah, we can take a look at Boeing. I have it. Have NVAX up here. Let's switch to Boeing and take a look at what BA is doing. That looks real good. As Matt has pointed out here, again, 141, somewhere around in there. Could be taking a look at a Boeing trade here. 141 long. Try to focus on this Microsoft trade here. Getting in at 265. That's coming up.
Morning, Scott. Morning, traders.
Hey, what's going on? How are you this morning, Craig?
I'm good, thanks.
Afternoon for
Good
you?
morning so far. Yeah, afternoon for me. Yeah, it's just it's 3:40 here. So yeah, pretty exciting start to the market, if you want to call it that. It's one of those gap and non-stop go, and I guess the numbers that we saw, the new home sales, and I think it was consumer confidence as well, consumer sentiment. Usually not high impact numbers that influence the market that much, but I guess we're at a stage where any bit of good news is taken with a lot of excitement in the market, as we've seen. So yeah, it's quite strange though to see that cryptos have really just been consolidating. We had a very good move during the Asian session, and I'm wondering if that was kind of preempting what we'd have seen in stocks, and then now we're kind of waiting on stocks to pull back, it seems, which they're slightly doing now, but still quite high up on the day.
Yeah. Any thoughts on the LI short? I haven't looked at LI today, but that doesn't mean that I can't right now and give you my thoughts on it. You know, I mean, here's your LI right here. I would say this, it's up for the day in an up market just because it's pulled down. I mean, you ought to be looking at this as a way to get long the stock, maybe 40.50, maybe 40.20, somewhere around there. I don't think I would short it. I think I'd wait for a long opportunity based on where the market is today and where it's going.
If you look at the cues on the daily here, you can see that on June the 10th, possibly there's 294.5. It's possibly a target for us today. You can see it's or 294, I should say. It booked its head there 23rd of May, 20th of May, 23rd of May, and then just coming across, it failed to close above it on the 10th of June, and then now we're kind of heading towards that level. So possibly could go towards that. I know on Fridays we generally maintain sentiment, meaning if we start down and the morning session is accelerating to the downside, it's very unlikely that we get a recovery on a Friday. And similarly, if we start up with a big gap up and continue, especially on a Friday, it's very unlikely that it will reverse that. So we could very well continue.
Okay, waiting on the
this
Microsoft
pullback here.
here.
Yeah. Julie
I
C
think
says.
I think, Craig, if we get today in the books and have a good close to today, I think we could continue this next week. This momentum, you know, coming off of a green week, coming off of you know, something that we've been looking at for a while now, to kind of have successive days of green, bucking the trend a little bit here with this downside move of the overall market. So
Yeah, I agree. You know, I think like I think we were saying it yesterday as well. You know, a lot of people have just been waiting to buy, and this may be their mood to get in the start of this week. You know, after we spoke about it, people having conversations, getting involved. You know, recalculating, just thinking about when is the best time to buy, and probably jumping in this week. Will it be
right.
sustained? You know, I think that good momentum, as you said, I agree, it could carry into next week. Sustain long term, based on our trend, not necessarily, but this market does like to play tricks, and you never know. Julie, you said hackers have stolen 100 million in cryptocurrency from Horizon. Crypto startup Harmony, does that affect the overall market? Okay. It does, Julie. It's about, I think now the market has matured to that type of news, in that oftentimes, because of how the blockchain is structured, you have these levels of investigations where they can track down the money and almost try and retrieve it. It's very difficult, but the market doesn't necessarily react to, I would say, that size, 100 million per se. So in reality, it hasn't affected the market. I heard about it hasn't, but it will affect persons, I would say new entrants, who are not necessarily familiar with how the entire infrastructure works, may say, oh, you know, well, a hacker has stolen money. You hear about it a lot more because it's cryptocurrency. It's transparent. You yourself, if you could find the contract, you could see that funds were removed. But you know, this is something that happens quite often in our orthodox financial system, if you want to call it that. Banks are subject to scams on a daily, weekly basis around the world, and money is stolen. Money is misplaced, if you want to call it that, as well as stolen. So uh, it's headline grabbing with cryptocurrency, because it does feed into persons that are against it. So it's also better and easier. It's more clickbait for reporters. That said, it's not that great to hear it, anyways. Even as someone who's heard it several times before, in myself. You're welcome. UG's full size into Amazon.
You can watch the Microsoft entry here. Again, Microsoft entry 265. 265 on Microsoft.
Another thing that I guess it's funny we're speaking about music this morning, but I just saw it flash across a news feed that Snoop Dogg and Eminem released a music video featuring their NFTs, which are Bored Apes. So you know, it's more promotion for the space. NFTs definitely have attracted that hype from the entertainment industry. So yeah, interesting to see.
Okay, again, about 40 cents to go now on the Microsoft trade, MSFT. A couple more pennies before we get into the Microsoft trade, MSFT, long 265. Good job, DVG. Very nice. Just be patient with this Microsoft trade.
So traders, I have a question. Coming off the back of what Meir spoke about in taking half size today because the market didn't necessarily do what he wanted. How many of you? I don't know, Clifton. Do you think we could do a poll? How many of you traded full size today based on the open? I know DVG is trading full size. See if we can get that set up.
I'm going to take a
Yeah,
look at
you
the
traded
meta.
Jens. Adrian.
Yeah, meta looks good too on this pullback. I'm stalking the Microsoft trade. I'm willing to wait for it. We'll put meta down here as well. Got coin to the, there we go, put it right here. Coin to the right, Microsoft to the left, meta in between here. Meta could go 167. 166 stop loss. It looks good.
So Jens, Adrian traded full size. Initiate you took. You basically sat on your hands. Nothing's wrong with that. Marino didn't, and AZ, you said you expected it to do that. Oh, really? Okay. Straight up out the gate, non-stop. I mean, we have been seeing it quite a few times this past months or so. Yeah, and well, yeah, it was a follow-through day. That's true. We've been, but I guess going into it, gapping up, you probably think, okay, maybe we pull back a bit. If you look, I was looking at pre-market support on the futures. Possibly we could pull back to any of those levels, and then the buyers would come in. But at the same time, really just broke pre-market highs and went straight through. Yeah, volume has definitely declined now. And then looking at it, you'll see. You thought the gap would close today. It closed yesterday. They closed it twice, if you want to call it that, on the Qs. Closed it, ran to new highs, and came back, and then made new highs again. Quite zigzag yesterday. But usually, I mean, Meir says it all the time, or when you have a relatively large gap, so that's relative to your environment. It's gapping at 1% or 1.5%. You might not necessarily expect that gap to be closed. Usually, a smaller gap, that's very easy for the market to close.
Okay, traders, again, nothing going on with Microsoft, watching Meta, watching Coin. No trades right now, nothing on. Looking to get into Microsoft. I really do think that if you're patient enough today with Microsoft, you could get in here 264.50 even, and this is going to be a good trade to the upside. So just watch it. Again, I'm going to go ahead and list it 264.50 because I like it. I like it that much here. MSFT long at 264.50. All right. And I'm going to add over 265 is what I'll do. So limp in here, half share size, and then add as we start to break out if we do get that. Those of you that are in the trade, what I'll do is I'll use 264 as my stop here on Microsoft. Again, 500 shares long, I'm going to add to that same equal amount here over 265.
Yep. Adrian, oil up 4%, US oil up 4% on the day. Strange enough, I mean, looking at gold is flat to green on the day, with the markets up 2.5%. You'd expect gold to see some selling, given it seems to be risk on. But I guess that's the type of market we're in. The correlations are somewhat being a bit stretched. Market's catching a bid now.
Microsoft looking good. Those of you that are in this trade here, we're full share size now. First target's going to be 265.50 on the Microsoft trade. 265.50 on Microsoft. Looking great. Again, 265.50.
Do I think markets will retest 400 and 300 level next week? Possibly. AZ, as we said, Scott and I just spoke about, we think there could be some follow through enthusiasm into next week, especially if we get a strong or relatively strong close today. Right now, you can see, markets catching a bid, slightly turning into lunch. We could just drift higher. Volume is a bit lower, but we really could just drift higher going into second half of the day. So yeah, I don't see why it's impossible. So they could very well do that. We have NFP, so that's non-farm payrolls on Friday next week, July the 1st, I believe. Let me just check, make sure that is the case. Usually it's the first Friday of the month. No, it's not. Don't have it on that. So it must be the following Friday then. Yeah, so it's July 8th. So it's not next week Friday. So yeah, we could drift higher heading into that. I think that's the next bit of news that is sensitive. We have the Fed chairman next week as well, Wednesday at a conference, I believe. He's presenting. Let's look at that. panel discussion at the ECB. So not necessarily huge impact news to kind of turn the market, but you never know, because we could get something over the weekend regarding policy decisions on Ukraine, Russia. You just never know. So that said, all ceteris paribus, as economists like to say, we could very well drift higher. Yep, Microsoft looking good. Tesla, everything's turning now and moving higher, so it's looking good.
Okay, traders, those of you that are in the Microsoft trade, I've just taken the first partial here at the break of 265.50. It's a full share size trade. We came into this trade really cool at the 264.50, added 265, came out 265.50. Now just 200 shares left. Now it's just down to managing the trade here as we go later into the morning session, looking at lunch now. Yeah, fairly easy, straightforward trade. Absolutely.
Ethereum just kind of settling on that 1200 mark there, but still quite low volume, quite tricky for a Friday. But you know, let's continue to watch that as well, especially into the close.
266 is what I'm looking for on Microsoft. 266. Craig, Bitcoin had moved under 20K right this week for a moment.
Yeah, so we on Sunday or Saturday I should say, we came under 20K, and then again on Tuesday, no, it was Wednesday, sorry, we went under 20K and immediately reversed higher. So we're holding that level quite well, in my opinion, and it's really about now what we do to defend it and continue higher.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Anything under 265, and I will come out of the rest of the trade here on Microsoft. Yeah, market holding in there very well so far. No problem.
What do I think of Stellar Lumens, Ripple, CSPR, and H-bar long term? I don't know CSPR, H-bar, Dan T. I think I'll start with XLM and XRP. For me, those two, their goal or their business model has been, to focus on transactional benefits. So that I think will help, if you want to call it, sustain their legitimacy, because they have been around for some time. And Ripple, definitely one of the first out there to kind of get in that space and become recognized, if you want to call it that. And with Stellar Lumens, they're following closely along the Ripple model. They have good funding, and they're kind of stagnant in terms of pricing right now as it stands. But it's something that I think, yeah, you can definitely continue to watch it. I think it's one of the stronger ones in terms of a team leading it on the funding. So it may very well be around long term. We can never tell with these things, right? Because it is what it is. When it comes to C-bar and CSPR and H-bar, I really have to look those up. I could probably only tell you what I think technically, which is it is what it is, right? So I'll take a look at those, and then we can see. I'll let you know what's from a technical standpoint there. Just give me a few seconds. I'll bring them up. So technically, I'll start with H bar Dante. 140 seems to be 140 to 120 seems to be an area of huge interest for it. It's pulled back severely from that, as most cryptos have, and it seems to just be following the market. And I think CSPR, I have it up here, it looks pretty much the same. Pulling back to that level and that 2 cent level, if you want to call it that, yeah, and really holding there. So it looks like it's reversing with the market. They're following the market as most do. They need their independent fundamental catalyst, I would say, before starting to make the move higher. So that's really it for me when it comes to those.
I'm out of all shares Microsoft right now. I'm now flat again.
Reno says, Craig, do you think SSC versus Ripple is over? When do I think it will be over? I'm not sure. I haven't hugely been following the trial. Has been going on for quite some time. But they seem to be, I guess, talking a lot about it. Not the trial. I haven't been following, what their conversations have been, but it seems to be quite closed. Not much is getting out, and Ripple continues to function as it has been. My opinion, what is the reason Bitcoin is not participating in this rally today? So it's quite strange, as I was saying, Adrian. Bitcoin being the market leader, and also when you think about it, we had a pretty large Asian move for the rest of the group, but Bitcoin not really getting the bids that we're seeing. It could just be down to the fact that persons are looking to take on more risk in the crypto space as it stands, and so they're looking for better deals. Because remember, everything that we're seeing up now, Ripple, Stellar, Solana, Ethereum, Avalanche, well, outside of Ethereum, Dogecoin, Binance, Cardano, all of them fell way more than Bitcoin, and it could just be that everyone else is playing catch up, and Bitcoin is the one that has already had its inflow from the risk funds, the funds allocated to be risked. So that's the only way I could look at it right now. I mean, the Horizon news is there, but I don't think I think that would affect the entire market versus just Bitcoin alone. So that's my take on it. I mean, as it stands, Bitcoin has been now floating between red and green, down 0.4% to up 0.5%. So it's really nothing in it today as it stands. But we have to see how the rest of the day goes when it comes to the market. Just made a turn now, but Bitcoin is really just drifting lower either way. So it is what it is. Let's continue to watch it and see how XRP is what you think is what you'd be most interested in. All-time high at 384 since it's been down 90%. Yeah, so it's been hit pretty hard, as have most of the I don't want to say lesser, but not as headline grabbing as Bitcoin and Ethereum cryptocurrencies. So it's definitely, I know possibly in a lot of spaces, persons are talking about Ripple, and let's see how things go for it. it did make that huge run. Where are we now? 2022. In 2020, I think it was was it 70 cents to like $1.90. So bring up a chart right here, anyways.
Okay, traders, so to take you through here as we're coming up to lunch, Danny Schwartz is going to be coming in to take you to lunch. Aggie's got the afternoon session all set up till 2, starting at 2. Craig will be around. I'll probably be back in a little while later on today, probably for Power Hour. If not, then back on, I think Meir said he's traveling, and then he'll be back Monday as well. So looking forward to that. Also, again, I can't tell you enough. I've traded it twice today, 3 times, specifically on Microsoft. It is a great trade today. I think it continues, and stock's got leadership pulling back now. And every pullback here, I think, can be viable, really. Coin nice pullback too. I mean, 61 could be viable here, unless we make a new low.
So Bitcoin just made a small drive to short-term support around 2,800. then you're seeing Ethereum really just chilling at this 1200, between 1190 and 1200 mark. So it's really, if you want to say, accumulating right now. And I think if we start to get some upside momentum in these, looking at AVAX right now as well, up 5%, maybe we're just setting up for a nice move later. So AVAX has pulled back quite a bit as well, relatively, not a huge amount, but yeah, bouncing here. So everything is kind of testing support. Let's see.
Yeah, markets right now looking really, really good. Dow's up 631 points. S&P up 83, NASDAQ up 229.61. So a good solid day. Hopefully we hold on. I don't see why we wouldn't on a Friday. I mean, if there's a big sell-off, that would be unusual to me. I think into the close on a Friday.
Any big plans for the weekend, Scott, or just
You know what? Gonna do some no golf this weekend. So gonna do some boating and
nice?
really take it easy. We've had you know what, Craig? It's been so hot here in Florida and so humid that even as you watch the news, they're saying, "Hey, stay inside. It's too hot." Our heat index is like 108, I think, and
Wow,
really, really muggy. So um, I think that the surf now or the water temp is in the mid 80s.
wow, yeah. So it is pretty hot. I mean, I'm in the UK and we had a heat wave last week. I think it was up to 30, 30, 33 degrees Celsius. So it's getting pretty hot. I felt that I've been in the highest temperature I've ever been in. When I was in India, I was in
Oh yeah.
Delhi. It went up to 45 degrees Celsius. That was
Woo.
crazy. But I don't know. It didn't. I anticipated it to feel hotter. So I mean, what's 45
Yeah.
Celsius in Fahrenheit? I mean, that's
I don't know.
113. So
Wow.
yeah. So
Yeah.
that's crazy. But
Round of
yeah.
golf, just depends, Steve. Depends on where you play. I mean, there's obviously you could play. I would say anywhere from $30 to 200, depending on where you play. 175 maybe on the top end of some of the like the TPC of Tampa Bay, which is a pretty well-known course. They've had a few. Used to have the senior PGA tour stop there, called the Outback, and that's probably about. Well, not in the summer though. Summertime now, it's cheap to play golf in Florida because it's so hot. Nobody wants to go out.
A funny thing is, I grew up with or living alongside a golf course, and we used to go out. And I've never really gotten into golf, but we used to go out in my backyard with a bucket and just collect the balls. When I was
Yeah.
younger, we'd have buckets and buckets of golf balls. It's crazy.
Yep. Still do that now. Still try to find golf balls that are off the beaten path in the woods in the water. So
Yeah,
do that when you walk around the course. Yep.
you just hear them come over onto the lawn in the back, and we just go out there and just take them up so the dogs wouldn't eat them. So Avalanche looking good here. I'm possibly going to take I'm going to take a quick trade on Avalanche over 1930 with a stop just on the 19, and then just post it here.
I'm not with you on Tesla. It's good. All these stocks are looking good here. That's the problem for me. Okay. I'm going to transition into lunch here, take off. We've got Danny coming in here. Danny's already here. And he'll take you all through the lunch period. Danny, and then Danny, you'll hand off to Aggie here. Traders, have a great lunch session with Danny. He'll come in here. You'll hear him live. I'll be back probably a little bit later on today. And Craig, sure do appreciate you hanging out this morning. Thank you, Steve. A great trading day today, and I'm looking forward to start next week with a green Monday. And again, this week here, a shortened week, only 4 trading days, but I got to tell you, it's been an awesome 4 days, all 4 days green, and we'll catch you on the other side. Thank you so much. Thanks, Craig. Thanks, Danny, Aggie, and the rest of
Thanks,
the team.
Scott.
Craig, appreciate you. Have a
Take
great
care.
weekend, my friend.
You too. Have a great one.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Craig. Can I get a sound check, please, guys?
Hey, Danny. All good on my side.
Yeah, all right. Sound is good. I'm going to take the lunch session with you and Craig. We're going to deal like you just witnessed a green session. So the S&P is going to finish in green for after 4 weeks, and it seems like Craig, you probably was talking about it. You know, the inflation talks little cooled. You know, the Fed might be a little less hawkish about rate hikes.
Yeah.
We got the sentiment numbers very good, and you know it seems like the markets try to find some optimism just before the end of the quarter. You know it's been a hard quarter, stocks, but it seems like the last week we try to bounce a little bit. That's not a little bit, you know. Actually, it's like 7% since the low, so it's kind of nice and. Today we are definitely moving up. However, since 10, it's like 90 minutes sideways move, and you know what, guys, it's not going to be easy to trade. It's not going to be easy to trade this session if we're not going to get a move. You know, sometimes it's all about timing. You know, everything in the world it's about timing, but in trading, unless you took the first let's say 35-40 minutes, now we got a sideways move, and the market is up 1.4% since the open, and you know what, I don't know how much you can continue. That's one thing we need to do. We need to watch. However, I would like to be very picky right now during this Friday lunch session before jumping into new trades, and because I need to see technical patterns. We need to see stocks that really have more energy to go up or down. It doesn't matter, but I don't want the sideways move to affect. So we need to be we need to watch it. And guys, I'm ready to watch all your calls. And to watch them. I see John is talking about ZEN.
Yeah, Danny, as you said, it's been an interesting morning. Just ran straight up, and then since 10 we've just been consolidating. Volume has kind of dried up a bit, but that pullback now that we're seeing some buyers coming in. Markets have caught somewhat of a bid and just moving a bit higher here. I think the same is going for cryptocurrencies as we speak, and yeah, that's where we are now. And as you rightfully said, we have to be picky.
And you know what? That meta reversal, view-up reversal, Disney is that's the kind of things I would like to see. I would like to see stocks that made nice roll-ups or rollover formations, not really about breakouts. I'm watching like Royal Caribbean. Royal Caribbean today is one of the strongest stocks in the market. And we definitely see some consolidation, like Craig mentioned, under the 41 whole number. We're talking about RCL, guys. RCL 41. However, right now in that atmosphere, low volume area, I don't really know what if it's going to get over 41, what we can do if it has the power to continue. So in that case, I would like to get back to the 40, like make a retest to the 40. You know, the breakout of 40 that was about an hour ago, something like that. And then if it's going to roll up at the 40, then we're going to have the proper risk reward, you know, something like 20 to 30 cents stop loss, and we're going to have all the way to 41 because, you know, the stock was already there, so we don't need to conquer any new ground. So that's why this meta trade, that was a nice setup to find it around the R3 pivot line. That was the whole number, and with the VWAP line. And now we have an open area all the way to 169.50, which is what, about 1 point from here. So we can definitely look for these kind of stocks. And I'm going to watch stocks that are really on the move. Like, look at Goldman Sachs today. Goldman Sachs today is up 5.5%, and it's not very typical for Goldman Sachs to do so. However, it's still moving, and the volume is okay right over there. You know, the volume is not drying out when talking about Goldman Sachs. So what we're going to do now is try to focus on stocks that really have good technical reversal points, roll-up or rollovers, and stocks that's really on the run, you know, and they still move. I'm watching like this BA over 140, you know, it's kind of below the VWAP right now. We're talking about BA, Boeing. But I'm going to continue. I'm going to watch your picks. If you have anything, yeah, JP Morgan is moving. Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, all the banks are very strong today. We're talking about the XLF, the financial sector is up 3.6%. You know, one of the strongest sector today. Of course, when we're talking about sectors today, guys, let's review that. We're talking about the XME, the metal and minings. They are up 5% today. With the exploration, production, energy sector is up 4%. And we're talking about insurance, financials, banks, retail. They're all 3.6%. This is significant move. This is a significant move. Let's watch CCL. Yeah, CCL is on the wheel, but it's not a big mover, you know. It's not like an RCL, Moreno, you know. Right now, we got the move, like I mentioned in the morning, first 30 minutes, and then, since then, it's like 20 cents range in CCL. So I don't really have the proper risk reward, you know. I'm going to risk 10 cents to get something like 10 or 9. I want to find something with a good entry point. And let's hope we can find something. And if you have something for the short side, it's also going to be okay. What's happened to Beyond today? Started up, but since then, in the last hour, back to negative territory, down 3%. Amazon 115. Yeah, Amazon, it's in the middle of the range. It's just dying, just moving sideways. Don't think we're going to have the 115 right now. DVG is betting for the SPY to break out. And you know what? You know, we're talking about positive market. And you know, on Friday, typically when we choose a direction, we continue with that. But this sideways move, we need to see with that low volume if the market still have the power to continue to deliver. You know, it seems like, you know, the NASDAQ is retreating from the high, just sitting in the VWAP. Going to continue continue to search for something. You know, some of the big names probably just leave early today. Volumes, summer volumes. AIG is up 6% after a drop yesterday. And you know what? An NVDA can can be one of that VWAP plays we're talking about. You know what? NASDAQ is right. You know, stock is up 4%. It's more reasonable to buy it. You know, what was your entry like? Right over here, right? 168.50, 168.75. You know what? If you can watch this this 15 minutes, you know, NASDAQ. Watch the 15 minutes candle. The view play. So it's going to be probably 168.73, 70. Let's call it 75. And then you're going to have a stop loss. It's going to be a significant stop loss. It's going to be something like a point. You know, when you're talking about 15-minute candles, you have a big stop loss. But you can definitely make it well over 170. You know, so the reward is there. I want to watch some other things. Yeah, maybe to get over it, you're right. BHC, significant move today. Up 19%. I'm going to watch Airbnb as well. It's going to get down under 102 and then back over. We got an $86 AMD VWAP encounter. Also watching that. One of the candidates for short, if we're talking about short, that's probably going to be GME. That stock is kind of spready right now. But we can definitely see some selling pressure right now, the last 10 minutes in GME. After a steep drop, like 10 points drop, sideways move, and then right now, the selling pressure is back on. Yeah, kind of spready. I think 137. TMUS. TMUS, well, it's all over the place. It's not really moving, you know, it's not negative nor positive, you know. It went down significantly, back towards the high, and now pulling down again. We need to find a correct entry point. Guys, the 137 in GME, that's a big mover. However, look at the selling pressure right now. Look at the volume right now comparing to like 10 minutes ago. You know, it's like more than 50,000 shares, 60,000 shares compared to like 7,000 in 5 minutes, 10 minutes ago. So I think we're going to take down the low. I'm not going to wait for the low. I'm going to take it under 137. Just watch the spreads, guys. It's 40 cents, so that's a big mover. So if you are, if you want to join the trade or to trade GME, need to pay attention to quantities to make it right. There are some sellers at some buyers at 137. I want to see the spreads tightened a little bit. And I want to see some pressure on the buyers. And I want to get something like 2 points out of this trade. At least 2 points for first partial.
My AVAX long is triggered, guys. So in it got 1928. So just watching it now. Just looking for 1-to-1 on it. 1960 or thereabout.
We're getting there. Look at the pressure. 137.07. Someone is buying there. Maybe hiding quantities. And we are down. Well, that was a drop. We didn't get it. Let's hope it's going to come up a little bit. Has anyone managed to get in? It was a big drop. Yeah, AURC, it's kind of para move right now. That was too fast for GME. Guys, AERC, it's kind of moving right now. It's waking. Look at the daily of the stock. It's all over the place. Remember, it's a 30-cent spread on that one. John, do you want to trade AERC? $12.35, you know. Yeah, small scalp. I think over the highs, you know, I don't think we have something. It's going to be over the highs. You definitely got some power over there, you know, 200,000 shares a minute. After that's just 500 a minute, 10 minutes ago. So maybe the small scalp will not be that small. Log. Want to see the momentum over there? Yeah, all right. That's the momentum. Come on. Want to see this 100,000 in a minute? That's a small scalp. Small scalp over there. Let's see if we can get all the way to 13. New high. Johnny, thank you for pointing AERC. Try to get the partial just under 13, very close. Look at the buyers on the look at the buyers. Look at the size of the buyers. Very nice. Wow. Any sign of a weakness? Any sign of weakness? $12.90. Look at the buyers over there. All right, took the partial. 13.10. Wow. Boom. Thank you, Johnny. That was a small scalp. Big water's out. But you know what? The last quarter can deliver much more than that. So the last quarter can be more profitable than the first quarter.
Nice one, Danny. Nice one, guys. I'm just going to take a quick break. I'll be back in a bit. So see you soon. I'll keep an eye on the chat as well as the trade. So be back soon.
Guys, when you look at the NASDAQ right now, it's completely dead for 30 minutes or so. You know, the range is just disaster. You know, it's 20 cents, 30 cents, something like that. Can't really do anything about it right now. This is hardcore lunch right now. Huh? If you manage to join the GME trade, that was the breakdown was too quick for me. However, it's really making some kind of a bear flag formation. This 136 probably going to continue. Watch this AERC. It's now selling off a little bit, but it really did deliver. And that was nice. I'm going to continue to watch GME for later. And let's try to find another long. What can we do about this RCL 41? We didn't get the 40 roll-up play. Now approaching 40.9. Interesting. I think this Airbnb, it's a nice area for some support. If we're talking about 5 minutes reversal, we're talking about Airbnb, that's going to be 102.40. It's going to be something like 80 cents. Guys, Airbnb found really that support at the VWAP around 101.60. The volume is picking up a little bit in Airbnb. Nasdaq is trying to move. You know, when we got stocks stronger than the market, you know, this stock is up 7%, almost 7%. You can definitely see the continuation over there. And look at the target. The target for Airbnb is something like 104. You know, that's the target. ARC is consolidating, approaching this 30. That's the 13 mark again. Airbnb long Airbnb. And now, yeah, now I need the market, the cues to move a little bit. ARC is moving up again. And now I think I can update the stop loss for AERC at, it's probably going to be very soon, at the opening, at the open price, 12.35. You don't want to lose on this, the last quarter. And let's see Airbnb with the market. Guys, NVDA, the same. Remember, we're talking about NVDA 168 roll-up play, 168.50. Yeah, that was the correct entry point. Look at this. Look at that video at 15 minutes. It's looking very nice. The volume, of course, is amazing over there with NVIDIA. Yeah, it is, Augusta. I don't see the volume spiking over there in NVDA. But I see the Nasdaq is helping, you know. So if we are dealing with NVDA and Airbnb, should help. RCL retreating again for the 41. Touch the 41 area again, 40.97. Now it's down. Market is moving. Out from the last quarter in AERC. That was disappointing, and I'm sure I'm going to regret this, but you know, you can't play with this kind of trades. You don't want to give back the trade, the money you made. Yeah, TSLA starting to move. Yeah, we're talking about the Nasdaq. We see some kind of way, you know, Nasdaq is waking up a little bit, helping TSLA. Kind of helps NVIDIA. And of course, guys, one of the strongest sector today is we're talking about resorts, casinos and resorts, and all this kind of tourism. After this RCL results, take a look at all the casino stocks, resort stocks. Win is up 10%, MGM 9.1%, Expedia 7.5%, Airbnb, we're talking about Airbnb, we are trading Airbnb, up almost 7%. And when talking about airlines, American Airlines up 6%, United up 5.8%. It's kind of moved sideways. The fund is over there, is over at UAL, just sitting there. It's a very strong move. Guys, if you took the GME trade, you can consider adding to the trade right now. This is a perfect bear flag formation for GME. Now it's coming under the lows. And the stop loss now is, much better, like 1 point. If you're going to add right now. Wow. What a breakdown. What a nice bear flag formation for GME. Look at the volumes on this big red candles, Previous one was 80,000 shares, now approaching 30, 40,000 shares every 5 minutes. That stock is definitely under pressure. Of course, GME, nothing to do with the market. And I just read somewhere about they want to make some lows, about this regarding this meme stock behavior last year. So GME is definitely under pressure. RCL 41. Probably we're not going to get it at 40. Finally, we got the first move in Airbnb. Remember, we're aiming for 103.20, between 103 and 103.20 for the first target. And of course, we're aiming for 104. Remember, that's the high of the day. Volume is picking up a little bit. So let's see if we can make Airbnb to happen. I'm watching the retail sector very strong today. But the volume, however, is very low. When you're talking stocks moving up strongly, like URBN up 7%, look at the volume, just 700,000. Big up 7%, under 500,000. So it's kind of limits the stocks we can trade. Limit us to stock with big volume, like this NVIDIA trade. Come on, Airbnb, make it over 103. Approaching the whole number. We got 50 cents in Airbnb. Resuming the trend. Guys, if you watch the Airbnb trade in 15 minutes, you can see clear green hammer at the support, and we are trading this candle. That's the 103. I want to let it get over 103. Squeeze a little bit more out of the trade. I'm not in a hurry to take the trade. You know, the trade is looking good. The stock is up 7.6%. NASDAQ is trying. Volume is picking up again after this 1 hour pullback, and we are over. We are over. Yeah, Amazon approaching this 115. It's at a pullback right now in the market. Airbnb. Guys, watch RCL. Let's keep getting there. Yeah, GME, it's amazing. It's a perfect formation. Look at the volumes there. You know, the volume is telling you everything. The sentiment, you know, after the news about the legislation. Getting them. Guys, RCL. It's almost 3 points move in GME. And you can see just after 15 minutes, you know, the sellers took the driver's seat. And that stock was down 10 points even before we watched that, you know, more than 10 points. Now, of course, it's coming down. And this, in that case, the spreads are in our favor, you know. You know, the buyers, you know, it's just keep dropping, you know, the buyers are moving out. Buyers just pulling out. All right, our RCL is in. RCL is in, up 13%, and GME is coming down. Well, let's see if that's a good breakout. Is it just a 9 cents, 10 cents breakout right now? Let's see how much it can go. Still watching Airbnb. You know, the NASDAQ is deciding not to decide. There's 292 in the queues. Just need another move. Airbnb is getting there, you know. Airbnb is just sitting there, very close to 103. Let's try it. I want to get something like 41.30 out of this Royal Caribbean. I know that stock is up 500 cents today. It surely can deliver another 30 or so. You know, it's usually when you are joining the stock that late, you say, all right, I think that the party is over. I don't think we can make something out of it. However, you know, that stock is one of the strongest in Wall Street today, the strongest sector in Wall Street today. This resorts, cruising, airlines, all the vacation, you know, and leisure. And it's really coming up, you know. It's the first 20 cents. So Airbnb and RCL, we are long two stocks. This probably the same industry, you know, we can call it that way. You know, you are using RCL to go to places and then use Airbnb. So it's all about the people are getting back to holidays. You know, we are getting to the summer right now. And today this sector is really outperforming. Guys, just pay close attention to AERC. Maybe later today it's going to do the same thing, and you know, then it's going to bounce all the way to 19 or 18 or 19. So that's the possibility. So we need to watch it. I'm talking about AERC. The market is unable to close over this 292 on the Qs. Back to towards the VWAP. I'm not really sure about shorting GME. Yeah, of course, GME is not part of the deal, but you know, the market is kind of moving within this 40 cents range. Can't really rely on that move. You know, the market is very positive today, and you know, when I was joining the room, you know, like it was like almost an hour ago, I watched the market and I said, geez, that's going to be a hard session. Because you know the market make the entire move in the first 35 minutes, and we are doomed to move sideways. You know, the market is positive, you know, driven by good news and good atmosphere right now, up more than 2%. So it's not coming to come down. However, you know, it's already made its move. So now we are just moving sideways. This is why we are not trading like frenzy, of course. That's and a lot less opportunities that compared to the morning, to that morning session, to that morning move. So we are taking, guys, remember, we are taking stocks that not really related to the market because they want to avoid that sideways move. So stocks that don't really related to the market, or just like AERC or GME, it's not really related to the market, it's just a frenzy behavior. And if we're going to trade something from the market, we are talking about stocks that belongs to the strongest sectors today, like RCL or Airbnb. And I'm watching also, you know, WIN and MGM and LVS and some airlines. Can't really trade it, you know, but if we got the chance, maybe later today, it's gonna be Yeah, Albert, no sound. I have nothing smart to say. One thing I'm looking at, it's ENPH VWAP encounter. Watch ENPH, that's the 196 area. We got the pivot point and the VWAP serving as a resistance to the stock. And now it seems like it's ready to resume the downtrend. And if you take a look at, if you're looking at the 15-minute candle, you can see some kind of a doji with absolutely no body, you know. But remember, when you're trading 15-minute candles in that kind of stocks, spready stocks, it's like 2 points. This 15-minute candle is $2. You know, so if you're trading it like under 195.50, your stop loss is 197.50. However, the market is coming down right now for the last 15 minutes. So the NPH it's really turning lower right now. And remember, it's all about risk reward, guys. We got 2 points risk, but remember, we can get all the way to 190. It's like 5 points from here. And you know what? Adrian is pointing us to the oil prices. And you know that the XOP was one of the strongest sector today after a huge decline. You know, the XOP and the energy prices, you know, oil was coming down, Adrian, like 20 points. Today it was moving up, however, starting to weaken up. Now the XOP is under the VWAP. It's not really easy to short energy stocks right now, like this Oxy or but a lot of stocks like that, like LNC and Hess, EOG, still up 3%. But if you look at that EOG, it's down like 90 minutes. It was up like till 113, and now it's approaching 110. So it's really coming down, but I don't really have the correct entry point to trade it. And what is, and you know, guys, let me ask you something. What is the relations between the oil sector, like Adrian says, Oxy, all right, or oil prices, the oil itself, you know? What is the relation between oil prices and ENPH or RUN? You know, like solar stocks. What do you think? What's going to be the impact? You know, if the oil price is moving up or down, how can it affect the solar sector? Marino says oil up, solar down. All right. Anyone else want to participate? So David moves people to solar. So you say what? Oil is up, solar is down. So you are with Marino. All right, guys, watch GME. It's amazing move. It's almost 5 points since the initial cup formation, followed by bear flag formation, and look at the volume on the way down. Let's keep coming down. And that stock was up like 8 points this morning, now it's down 9. It was up like 6%, now it's down 7. All right, Marino is saying, all right, I'm wrong. Oil up, solar up. So you say it's going to be there's going to be a connection between oil price and solar stocks. And you know what? You're right. Just try to get my partial in RCL. Try to get over the semi-whole number. And you know what, Marino, you were right. You know, that's good thing that you just change your mind or just. And you know, there's a connection. And you know what? I'm going to explain the connection. It's very simple, actually. It's when you are when the oil prices is up. You know, let's say 120, 130 a barrel. You know, people start to look for substitutes. You know, they said, all right, if it's going to be like, I'm going to invest like $70 in solar stocks, like when the oil price is like 130, you can just put yourself, you know, like start more renewable energy projects and something like that. However, if the oil prices plummet, let's say what happened during COVID or any recession, you know, the price went down from 130 all the way to 30. And people say, all right, I don't need to invest in solar panels or whatever, in solar fields, when I have oil that cheap. Because people are using this green energy as a substitute to oil. And if oil is cheap, you don't need to invest in substitutes. All right, so when oil price is moving up, eventually people are going to try to move to solar, and that's going to drive JKS, RAN, NPH, FSLR, of course, SEDGE higher. All right, RCL, if it's going to get under the semi-whole number, I'm going to take the profit, 50 cents. We were taking this trade when the price was already up. The stock was already up 5 points. Now it's 5.5 points. That's nice, and we got a nice reversal in the market. You know, Q's bouncing from the VWAP to the partial in RCL 41.48. It was a nice trade in RCL, you know. Probably going to continue. MGM is keep moving up. WIN still moving up. Now more than 11%. We just need Airbnb. Well, the market is trying to move up. If it's going to fail again, I will short the NPH. I have the VWAP and the pivot as resistance points. They will help us to protect us again against the up move. We got new high in UAL, new high RCL. So the strongest sector keeps moving. When we're talking about airlines, you can watch the airlines by watching the ETF, the JETS ETF. We just missed the Boeing trade, you know. We don't really miss that, you know, that I watch it go over 140, but the setup was not that great. Now it's 141. You know, you can't win them all. Stay watching the market moving sideways. Can't move up, can't move down. And I'm just considering if I want to get involved in this 30 cents play, 30 cent spread play in ENPH. Now, when we're talking about a scalp or something in the Qs, talking about NFLX over 190. That stock is consolidating under 190 for a very long time, but nothing. Coin, let's watch coin. You know, technically speaking, coin just hitting a resistance, just like 90 minutes ago, hitting the VWAP. It's kind of trending lower today, but it's positive for the day, you know. That's a kind of trade I don't really like to take. I see what you see over there, you know, and the stock is trying to get to the R1 pivot line and the VWAP and counter some resistance. Market is helping. I was like, I missed the GME trade. It was too quick for me. So I didn't chase it. Yeah, I think some of our traders just took GME, you know. Just went down too quick for me. And you know what? That's a shame. That was a 5 points move. So about coin, if coin was negative today, you know, it's not like up 4%, it was down 4%, definitely re-up and counter for a short play. Just like NPH, you know. You know, guys, I like this VWAP plays for the short side, rollovers, pivot and counter, VWAP encounters, good risk reward. But you know, coin is up 4%, so don't really like it. You know what, Daniel? I'm watching. I'm using. I'm watching a watch list. You know, and the watch list displays two parameters: the change from previous day's close, and the change for open. I just added it like 1 or 2 years ago, because you know you're pointing right to the right subject. You know, when stock is moving like it's like up, let's say XPEV. You know what, XPEV today is up 5%, but if you watch it since the open, it's only up 0.5%, and it was negative like 10 minutes or 20 minutes ago. So I want to see the sectors and the stocks with most change since the open. All right. So let's watch, let's say, the solar sector. Remember, we're talking about the solar sector, the TAN, that's the ETF for it. The solar sector is up 0.2% right now. However, since the open, it's down 1.8. Because it was up like 2.4% since the open. Choose down. The market didn't choose down. So if you want to find something for the short side, find sectors that's pulling down since the open when the market is moving up. So the solar sector is one of them, because you see RUN, that stock is down 2.4%. 2.9 since the open. So that stock was up 0.5% at the open. Since then, it came down almost 3%. And the NPH the same. It was up 1.4%. Now it's down 2.2%. That's what I'm watching ENPH for the short side, because the sentiment since the open, I don't really care about yesterday, but today it's trending lower. And you know what? GME. Remember, GME was up 7 points this morning, or almost 7% this morning. Now it's down 9. All right, so I'm watching this the extra column for the change from open, because then I can see. When you see, you know, sometimes some people ask me, how do you know when this stock is so strong? You know, how do you put it? So I'm watching, let's say the market is down. The market is down like 2% this morning, and you know, after 15 minutes, you see stocks getting very close to green, you know, and since the open went up 2% when the market is down 2%. So you see there's intraday strength. All right, or in that case, you can see intraday weakness. You know, take a look at Beyond for an example. Beyond is a loser. It's down 5%, 6.2 since the open. All right, so it's about what the stock did do during the day. And I was afraid that I don't don't gonna have anything to do when the market moving sideways. When we're talking about the stocks that really, you know, went up, made the move, and that's it. You know, take a look at Visa for an example. Made a nice move, 25 minutes since then. Yeah, it's up, but 1 point range for Visa all day. Let's watch FedEx. I don't think anything about FedEx, you know. It's very strong, 7% up, but you know the intraday trend, it's not up. It's actually sideways, even a little bit for the downside. So I can't really do anything about FedEx besides placing some random points and say if it's going to get over that, I'm going to join. I don't see the trend. I'm looking for a trend, especially trading the lunch. You know, it's not like we're trading at 10 a.m., guys. We are now, you know, to 1 p.m. Let's watch Tesla. So I can't afford myself to trade something that don't really move since I sit here, you know, like almost 90 minutes ago. I want to see something with the trend, like GME, like RCL. FedEx is not one of them. So of course the biggest mover today is RCL, NCLH, and CCL. And TSLA is moving with the market. Don't think you can watch TSLA. Just zoom out, watch TSLA today. You can't really call it popping. AERC, that's popping. Maybe that's the move, you know. So AERC, if you want to consider it long, over 1320, which is very close. Now it's a nice cup formation. See, the volume is again spike in volume in that green candle, green 80 cents candle. So AERC, next chance. Remember, the potential is, you know, to get several points out of it. AERC, long. Starting to move. Watch the volume. I want to clear this 1350. There's a lot of sellers. There's some kind of someone is selling 1340. Look at this 46, 45, 46. Someone is just selling a lot of shares, dividing it between a lot of market makers. You know, take a look at this. All the market makers. Everyone is selling 4,500 shares. Come on. It's the same It's the same seller using the different routes, different market makers in order to get rid of shares at 1340. That's not good. You can watch the level 2 and the time and sale and see the battle. Right now, it's not even close. But if it's going to get to this 1340 area, all right, 1340. Let's watch it. Let's see if it's still there. The seller is still there. Come on. It's like the behavior of an IPO. Every 5 cents. Sellers. All right, no longer there. No longer there. Come on. All right, over the semi-whole number. Come on. That's the key. We touched the semi-whole number. That's exactly an IPO behavior, and we are over. We are over. Let's hope that's move right now. That volume will take us to the partial area. 1280 is the stop loss. I want to get very close to the 14, just like before, to take the risk out of the table, take the profits. Something like 1380, 85. I'm gonna have the chance. There's a lot of momentum right now. Market is recovering a little bit. You know, when I want to see some the moves in the queues, I just need to zoom in, you know, to see some move. You see the charts, you know, it's like every 20 cents. When you're watching the scale. Ah. I was short another 10 cents from the partial in ARC. Guys, stop loss in Airbnb, entry point. Stop loss in RCL 41.32. There's a breakout, a little bit of a breakout in the queues. Now we getting to the R3 pivot line. S&P new high. Guys, that ENPH is rolling over against the market, but I'm not going to trade it. It will be too spready right now. But you got the setup right. You got the setup right, you know. Try to move up, then it gives up, and you know it's 197 stop loss. It's just heading there. Come on, ARC. If you're interested in ENPH, this 195, 15 minutes, that's the rollover point. Yeah, Scott, is that a great lunch session? Yeah, you know, it's not, it's kind of boring for Friday, but you know, we try to find the opportunities. It's amazing to see Dish moving up all day. Started at 17, now it's at the high is 1870. ARC is losing some momentum. You can see that the volume. Last 5 minutes, the volume was almost 500,000. 445,000 shares. If it's going to get over this 1350 area, approaching the high, a lot of people will try to jump on the train. Right now is just consolidating for 5 minutes, and you know, no one loves consolidating. If you're not deep enough in the money, you don't want to see consolidation. Veru, sure. It was some kind of a para move, you know. Definitely something is happening there in terms of volume. And right now the middle of the range in Veru, you know, the technical formation, it's nothing, you know, just a prayer move and continuation. I think you were talking about 1380, Brian. You know, if it's going to get over the last resistance, get over the R1 pivot line, and then towards the 14. And the stop loss is something like 1340. So you got like 30 to 40 cents. And you want to. However, you need to pay attention to the volume, you know. That 5-minute candle is going to end like in 20 seconds. And the volume just decreased significantly. Maybe people are waiting for this 1380 breakout. But definitely the stock just woke up. It's a 2 points recovery in GME from the lows. And right now, when you see the volume, you see on the green candles, the volume is much higher than in the red candles. So that shift was around this 132. It's getting to 132, and then buyers are moving in. And now watch the last candle in GME. 1.5 points move, and the volume was great. It's not really great, yeah, but it's 40,000, but you know, respectively. S&P try to continue to move up. New high. Notching new highs by 2 cents, 3 cents. United Airlines was moving sideways at 38, managed to notch another 50. Just like RCL, just like NCLH. And of course DKS, moving up all day. Remember the retail sector, one of the strongest today. Still the same picture, of course, XME leading the way, metal and minings, airlines, internet. Semiconductors is up almost 4%. That was basically the move in the morning. Yeah, Albert is asking about Microsoft. Yeah, let's watch the text. Nah, moving sideways. It's kind of moving sideways, you know. Soft is moving sideways, even down, you know. It's under the view up all day. And the volume is declining in the last hour in Microsoft. Thank you. Hey guys, most of the time you got Scott and Meir and Yogi trading the open session, and Michael. I will try to, I can help as much as I can, you know. If you want to. Guys, if you took this ENPH trade, probably on the run. It's moving nice. It's getting out from this consolidation. It's kind of slow, but you know, if the market will come down, and you don't need much, you know, you need another point or so in ENPH. That's nothing, you know, that stock has 28-cent spread. It can definitely come down. And you have the technical formation in your favor. I'm watching ENPH in 15 minutes, of course, you know, 5 minutes, no help. In 15 minutes, you can see that it tried to move up, but can't make it. think I'm going to take my AERC partial real soon. Very close to 14. Going to take 3 quarters out. I just like to see that this spikes in volume, this burst of power, of buying power. You know, the buying pressure approaching 14. Approaching 14, hold on a second. Come on. I don't want to miss that partial right now. That's my partial area. Just waiting another few seconds. Taking some risk. The momentum is now in our favor. Come on. You know, if that stock will go and finish at the highs, you know, and I don't know where it's going to close. You know, it can go all the way to 16, 17. And if it's go at the highs, it can go all the way to 22 next week. So that's going to be interesting to leave something for next week. But that's the answer to that. It's going to be only on the last hour of trading. Going to get to 14. Any pullback? Come on, 14. Whoa, over 14. Very nice. You got a point. Or I took the partial. At 14.01. Very nice. Oh, ARIC. Checked. Look at the volumes. You know, the stock made the initial move. We enjoyed the initial move, then went sideways for almost an hour, starting to move again, and you see the burst of buying pressure. Then you can just join. You can update. I'm going to update my stop loss just under 13, and I'm going to let the rest run. And of course, in that kind of environment, in that kind of crazy stock, it can definitely run. The stock is now up 19%. It's exactly an IPO, behavior of an IPO. I got over a point in AERC. Now it's a good opportunity to watch the level 2 buyers and sellers. Jeez, what a move. Here Johnny said, I'm not taking an offering. All right. Yeah, we're talking about offering. It's, you know, try to raise money. issue more shares. Isn't that the case, Johnny? We are approaching 15 in Aeroclean. Look at this engulfing on the daily chart. I'm going to close the RCL under 41 if it's going to get there. Update the stop loss. And the stop loss for Airbnb, it's going to be just under the VWAP. It's going to be under the whole number of 102. It's really moving sideways. 101.90, something like that. Guys, look at the volume in AERC, you know, it's now it's bull flagging at the highs. And the volume right now is amazing. You know, over 500,000 shares every 5 minutes. Though the market is kinda numb and relaxed, AERC is all over the place. MMAT is still moving down. Now down 30%. The NPH is not moving up, but it's not moving down either, so it's kind of wobbling. However, the market is not coming down. You know, if you look at the SPY, there's 3 straight dodges, 20, 30, 40 cents range. And we're talking about $387 ETF, which moves like 25 cents range in 5 minutes, again and again, repeatedly. However, guys, GME is rolling over. So you know the The charm in when you are trading stocks like GME, it's like going back to the computer or going back to deal with the trade every 30, 40 minutes, see what's going on, update the stop loss, and then leave it. All right, so I think now when you're looking at the technical formation of GME, it went up like 45 minutes. Now rolling over. So if someone is still in the trade, I think 140, 134.80 for a stop loss. And then you need to go back every 40 minutes or so to watch it. Qs are back towards the VWAP. Yeah, 15 of July. All right. DE up almost 5%. Caterpillar 3%. Take a look at the Caterpillar trade. Caterpillar chart. Let's if you can see that. That stock comes down from 232 to 180. Like 50 points. Just over in the middle of 2 weeks. Let's watch the rest of the gang. 3M is up 3.3% after finding some ground at 130. ARC still full flagging. There's a pullback in the airlines. I'm watching UAL. 30 minutes pullback. back towards that 38. However, the markets try to go back towards the high, maintaining the high, very close to that. 37, 40, 50. ARC still bull flagging. Volume is declining right now. Everyone is waiting for the next move. Probably solid move over 15. I'm watching the RCL and CLH moves right now. Maybe that's the roll-up point after the pullback. And RCLA touched the 41 and Gulf, and now try to move up again. After the stop loss just under this, the risk candle 40.9, and let's see if we can crawl all the way up. Market is not moving. Q's back towards the view up. As before, I expect it can get some support over there. That's the roll up in RCL. Guys, I'm going to leave in 10 minutes, just under 10 minutes. If you have anything else you want me to take a look at, that's the time right now. Although, take a look at something now and 20, 30 minutes ago should be the same. Nothing is moving. LI. LI is moving right now. Moving nice. Of course, it's not a technical move and nothing you can say about the trend right now. But definitely see some spikes over there. Of course, this all these Chinese automotive makers, LI, XPV, you can see the daily, very strong daily over there in the recent week or so. Of course, you can watch NEO, you can watch LI and XPV.